I think we can call Mr. Jester, Your Honor, so we can send Mr. Blackman on his way.
All right, Mr. Timothy Jester. All right. 31st. We're on the record in docket 24-01655. That is the City of Lansing versus Timothy Jester. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Blackman.
Your Honor, Fred Blackman on behalf of Mr. Jester.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial, City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it would appear that Mr. Jester has failed to appear. I don't have any failures to appear previously on this file. It looks like he was perhaps in treatment, attempting treatment previously. So we would ask for a 48-hour hold.
Mr. Blackman, yeah, it looked like he was at Bear River previously.
He was, Judge. He's been discharged from Bear River.
All right. So I'll issue and do you have any response to the request for bench warrant with a 48-hour hold?
Judge, no, I just for the record indicate, I sent him notice today, called him, left a message, texted him, left a message on Friday, same thing Sunday.
Right.
Not here.
All right, I will indicate defendants failed to appear. It's now 8:47. This is scheduled for 8:30. Would appear that defendants failed to appear for the City of Lansing pretrial. And the court will issue a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman.
Thanks, man.
Have a good one.
Blackman, if you find him, just have Rochelle email me, please.
Chester. And then Mr. Staples, anything else?
Mr. Lee just stepped out
All right,
for a second, so
as Mr. Lee joins us and yeah, and anytime you want to get like Freddie or any of those retained attorneys out of the way, that's a good idea.
I usually try to
Yeah,
move them. They've usually got other places to be.
exactly. They're running a business. They're not.
Yeah,
This isn't anything new to them.
the rest of us are stuck here.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
exactly. Exactly. Mr. Harris, how are you?
Morning, Judge. I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
Pretty good.
Hopefully the storm last night didn't hit you too hard.
Well, it hit where we hang out pretty hard. We hang out in that Alpena area by Presqu'île, and that got hit hard. So we had a lot of people. My wife was on her phone quite a bit. Our cottage is up there. We've got friends up there, and
Gotcha.
that was more the ice storm than the tornado,
exactly.
right?
It was an ice storm.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
got hit.
Big ice
Yeah,
storm.
they got transformers blowing out in the whole 9 yards. Which I don't know what's worse, an ice storm or a snowstorm, because
Oh, the ice
you
is-
really can't drive in an ice storm.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee, what would you like to proceed on?
How about by ear Bradley, Your Honor?
All right, Mr. Bradley. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2844452 and 51. That is people of the City of Lansing versus by air Bradley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of by air Bradley.
And sir, you are by air Bradley, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I'll defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, we have entered into a deferred sentencing agreement with the city attorney. Mr. Bradley will be pleading guilty today to failure to display ops. My understanding is that the city attorney will be dismissing the speeding ticket.
That's correct, Your Honor.
But failed to display an operator's license is still a misdemeanor, is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
It's 90 days, 90, is it a 90?
90 and 200 for the court schedule, Your Honor.
Okay, with a plea to that, and then is there an agreement as to deferred sentence and then a dismissal of? I have driving while license suspended and failed to display ops, so which one of those is being dismissed?
I don't see the DWLS.
I have the underlying, this is weird. Because I don't have the file. I have the ticket of 24L284452.
That should be failure to display.
Yeah, and then 4451, I don't have.
It might be on the same
That's a
ticket.
speeding ticket.
It's just stuck together with.
You know, it's
Yeah.
both, they're both on the same ticket. And then this one I don't have. I don't have that file. But I do have 24L284452 and 51. And so that is a,
This should have been on the docket today. I don't know why it wasn't.
I don't know, but I don't have it. So I do have so this is a plea to the fail to display, a plead guilty to the, no, let's see that. I think I wrote, assuming it was scheduled for today. So this is not scheduled for today.
It's scheduled for today. It just didn't show up on the docket when it was printed. The notice in there. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Let me figure it out.
I have another case in our system, but I don't show it on the docket today.
Yeah, I don't show it on the docket either. I've got the file, but I don't show it on the docket. So did you want to include that in? I don't know.
We just dismiss
Is this
this
a-
whole ticket and do the deferred as the DWLS.
Let me see if this is a city ticket.
WL. It looks like it was set for last week and for whatever reason, I just didn't schedule it for today. Even though you wrote to schedule it on the ROA, that it just would be a brief adjournment till today.
All right. So that it is a city case, and so and you made an offer to kind of.
We're figuring it out right now, Your Honor.
Sorry, everyone.
All right, Your Honor, we're just going to amend a little bit what we said. We'll just dismiss that entire ticket on the failure to display and then defer the sentence on the DWL.
All right, on the 25-00399.
Yep.
All right, so we'll dismiss per negotiations. The speeding ticket, this file, this complete file. And then we will plead as charged with the deferral on the driving while license suspended.
Yes, sir.
All right, so my understanding of the plea agreement is to plead guilty to driving while license suspended, which is 25-003-99 with a deferred sentence. Driving while license suspended, Mr. Staples, is that a 92-day, 93-day? 93 days and 500.
9,500, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 93,500.
93,500, and then with a plea to that file with the deferred sentence, the document file of 24 L28 44452 and 51 are to be dismissed per the negotiation. So that entire ticket will be dismissed. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
That is your honor.
May I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Staples, that's a correct indication of the plea agreement.
It is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Bradley, you understand today that you're not having a trial, so you have to waive these jury trial rights, and I'll walk you through them, okay, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question the witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim. The plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the driving while license suspended offense instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the driving while license suspended charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to February 7th, 2025 at the offense location of West Saginaw Street in Cary and the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle? It looks like a Ford, a 2015 Ford in the city of Lansing, Ingham County on February 7th, 2025. Okay. And at that time, did you know that your license was suspended, revoked, or denied while you were driving?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, your honor.
All right. All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we will defer sentence on this matter. I'm assuming we're deferring sentence to
Yes, sir.
so that so he can have a chance to get his whole license together.
We anticipate he'll be able to get it.
All right. All right. So do you, what time are we looking at? What the time frame?
We'd ask for 60 days.
All right. So we'll defer. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
Yeah, I will say, that process, I think, can start on about the 12th. So if we want to maybe do 90 days, so he has a full 60 days to work with the Secretary of
All right.
State, that might be a better,
All right.
so that we only have to come back once.
All right. So the plan is to set it 90 days out. That'll give you time to work with the Secretary of State so you can bring in any information to Mr. Lee. Okay. All right. All right. So we'll defer sentence 2.
July 14th at 1:30.
July 14th at 1:30 for delayed sentence.
Do I get a copy of that or something?
Yeah, you'll get a notice to appear on that date, and that'll be the date to share with Secretary of State, so you can get this, start working on getting your license back. All right, sir. All right, anything else for the record in 25-00399, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You're all set. Thank you for your
All right.
time. What's this? Hey, we'll write the 2 tickets on top of this.
Okay, I mean, it's set for final pretrial today, but we can ask if they'll set it for another week. That's fine with me.
The one that we.
Yeah, I figured out what happened, what you were talking about.
I'm just, because I had to turn
Well,
this.
this judge is gonna be out for a couple weeks anyway. Yeah. Just First couple of days. Maybe about 30 days.
And then, what did you want to go on next, Mr. State?
I think Alatni Thompson is the other case we are prepared on, Your Honor.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03109. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Alatni Thompson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Alatni Thompson.
And sir, you are Alatni Thompson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Lee has indicated to me that he needs a bit more time to consult on a potential resolution with his client. We do know that this is set as a final pretrial today. I don't know if the court would prefer set another final pretrial date or
It's set for another final.
okay, and there are no essential lay witnesses in this matter, so
All right.
it's not like we're inconveniencing witnesses or anything.
All right, I think we can adjourn for another final pretrial date. Negotiations are in progress. We'll set, is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is. Your
All right, we'll set the final pretrial for
April 28th.
April 28th at 8:30. All right, we've set this for an additional final pretrial on April 28th at 8:30. Mr. Thompson, you should get notice from my court officer on that date. Anything else for the record in 24-03109, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Thompson, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, Miss Levy, I kind of step out. Could you hand your client one of those notices, please, so he has it?
Sure.
Thank you.
First.
Oh, Fred's client?
Yep.
Is Fred here by chance? Okay. I'll set it and then Fred can tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's just, we'll find out if it works or not.
So it would be,
Would you consider a policy phone?
yep.
Byron Kim.
I think we're ready to go on the deferred sentence on Burns, Your Honor.
All right, on Mr. Robert Burns.
Correct.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01173 and 24-01940. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Robert Walter Burns. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Burns, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Robert W. Burns II?
I am,
Thank you. This is time set for a deferred sentence in the matter. I have it as deferred sentence. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'm happy to say that Mr. Burns has gotten a valid license. And so pursuant to the agreement for the deferred sentence, the city would amend the drove unlicensed to an impeding traffic and dismiss the false info count.
All right. Defer the. So this is a plea discharge and we're deferring it. It's a amend to the impeding traffic.
Yep. Which is just $135 fine, no points, no abstraction.
Civil infraction. All right, so do you have a preference as to which file should be amended?
Yeah, I think it makes more sense to amend the unlicensed and dismiss the false info, Your Honor.
Okay,
So 7.3 would be being amended and 4.0 would be being dismissed.
perfect. All right, so at this time at the deferred sentence, the deferred sentence would require Mr. Harris to admit responsibility on behalf of his client for the civil infraction of impeding traffic. And then that would come with a $130 fine. And then the driving while license suspended was previously pled to, previously awaiting the deferred sentence will be dismissed. Is that your understanding, Mr. Staples?
I think, Your Honor, we could just move forward with amending the charge that's actually reflected in the sentencing, and with the understanding that essentially he pled to an underlying
Perfect.
or to the original charge, and this is just an amendment for plea purposes.
All right, so for the deferred sentence purposes, the plea is already gone through. There's a plea discharge to the sentence, but the fine there would be a fine of it would be changed to amended to an impeding traffic under the civil infraction, and then there would be just a $135 fine. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, all right. And does your client need some time to make that $135 payment to the
Yes.
city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor, he'd be requesting 30 days to get that paid.
All right. So 30 days to make payment to city of Lansing. April 30th, 2025. So Mr. Burns, the previous, and I'll write it so there's no misunderstanding, but the previous plea discharge to the driving unlicensed should be amended, and it would just be the civil infraction of impeding traffic. It's a $135 fine. It's my understanding you need 30 days to make that payment to the city of Lansing. So we'll set it for April 30th. All right, sir. That can be paid online, by phone, or in person at the counter.
thank you.
Then let me put.
Just join the-
And I will put the original charge of driving while unlicensed is dismissed per the deferred sentence. So I just don't want it to be missed. All right, anything else for the record in 2401-940 or 2401-173? Mr. Staples,
So, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
After the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Burns, you can make, as long as you can set up your own plan, as long as it's all paid by April 30th. All right, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then Glazier will be next.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-03405. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Jonathan Glazier. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris, with the Union County Public Defender's Office on behalf of Mr. Glazier stated in my right, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, you are Jonathan Glazier, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial today. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that the defendant will be pleading as charged with an agreement to a deferred sentence.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. My client's making some progress on trying to get his license back. He's currently working through the appeals process, and his plan is to hopefully have his license back relatively soon.
All right. That's the plan. That's the plan. I think you're under the same auspices that Mr. Burns was just. I mean, that's the plan, is to get your license. All right. All right. So this is a plea to the charge with a deferred sentence. And the charge is no ops, it's a no ops case, no ops in possession. Let's see. I'll have to look at the ticket. Drove while license not valid or improper license. All right. All right, and then Mr. Harris may inquire of your client of his advice of rights on, it's a misdemeanor
200.
Okay. Misdemeanor 92 days and or $200.
Oh, no, just 90
Just
days
90.
and 200.
Okay. And is that your understanding, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you have the following misdemeanor jury trial rights, and I'll walk you through those, all right? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Harris, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the driving while license not valid or improper license on that date. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I'm gonna bring your attention back, sir, to November 7th, 2023, at the offense location of South Cedar Street, Long Boulevard, in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on November 7th, 2023? Looks like a 2014 Chevy on South Cedar Street at or near Long Boulevard in the city of Lansing.
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, did you know that you were operating the motor vehicle with a license that was not valid or improper?
Yes,
All right. And that wasn't done by accident. You knew that when you were operating the vehicle.
correct.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. As to the factual basis for driving while license not valid or improper. And then we will defer sentencing pursuant to the agreement between council, and we'll defer sentencing to,
And Your Honor, we could request about 90 days to give him time to have the actual appeals hearing, and then it should be another few weeks after that for him to get the determination. So we'd be requesting at least 90 days.
all right. Is that about our time frame correctly, Mr. Staples, on 90 days?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So set it for
July 14th at 1:30.
July 14th at 1:30. So we'll set it for July 14th at 1:30 for deferred sentence. Mr. Glazier, make sure that Mr. Harris has whatever information he needs necessary to advance to the city attorney's office. But we've set it for purposes of the deferred sentence to July 14th at 1:30. All right, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Okay.
He's ready to do the first sentence.
And is Johnson incarcerated?
Yes.
Are they gonna put him on Polycom or are you gonna go get him?
Yes, Holly.
Okay. Okay, does he want to be represented? Did you ask him?
Okay.
Ticket, right?
It's a ticket for
Well, but it is a misdemeanor.
Okay, now see,
And so
misdemeanor as in going
Whether of this, we one possession by a felon, controlled substance, possession of narcotics, possession of meth, 2 counts of that, and then the last count. That all sound correct? We just recommended programming to mitigate against the risk factors, and that was ASAP, veteran intervention. Looks like you're actively needing in the capability. And starting in the knowledge that the dysphoria, anxiety disorder, and substance disorder. Something that's helping your diagnosis. And then right now.
Right now, I'm talking about dedication, whether it's being created. I'm an inmate.
I can see how you identify.
Five, one is there, both.
How first identify.
All right, yeah.
We work on engaging with mental health in the community and the community, your mental health is, bipolar depression and having suicidal tendencies. They listed as the 2006 date. But did you have mental health, diagnosis prior to that date?
No, in fact, 2003. And I started feeling. Sorry, when I started feeling like I was different.
I mean, when you said so you didn't comment on that.
Good life, male. Here.
That now.
I don't know, I'm gonna say, so I don't really have to, talk anymore. Like, every 90 days, I've been maintained by doing this thing that did. You know, and they'll take the full thing out of the class, I was supposed to train, certainly, right, keep doing it.
community. Manager as well.
I heard the thing that ASAP is the next life that program stop the case. I was always involved in it because I felt like you know, understand I had something to prove. How I know how to like 40 years ago. I started to think before I react, before I speak, before I do.
Have you put in place, or have there been any identifiers that you have in place to engage in a higher level of mental health in the community if needed?
Yes, my treatment is based around financial means. And because I have all these kind of things. Yeah, I'm gonna stop thinking that I need money was supported to me, value, money, habit.
Money somewhere you learn.
So, I feel like I need these things and never.
What kind of images do you?
Make me feel good. If I have nice things, I feel better. It's always been battle. Great for the home. The person different, you see, this, that battle alone made me want to feel protected. If I had nice things, you would see the nice things, and like me correct.
Just no offensive, but there was aggravated stalking in 2003. That was part of your age treatment. We filed for plea, that was your B. And then controlled substance. Analog, that was your C. You charged off of that on 1/29/21. And you have 18 misdemeanors. Domestic violence, 115. Disorderly trespass, and that nature. Is that all sounds correct?
Yes.
Factors to your past prior conduct. Because it looks like this incident occurred 6 months after you discharged from the war. Tell me, what do you feel like continues to your previous week?
I destruct the way I went about paying money, drugs, hurting people, lying, killing. I was doing anything for it.
Violence and aggravated assault.
Aggravated assault in 2003. Everything went down. Hurt. Trying to explain myself. Following this girl around, going next to her house. The trigger, I didn't see it. I wanted to explain myself. Just the other fact.
Everything was the same with?
Yeah.
Exactly.
When that time was going on.
That means, did it not happen? I know it's not out because people don't want to press charges, but if you did that behavior, let's talk about behavior.
I did that. I did. Yeah, the game, they didn't know the forecast. I don't know which year, like 2014 or 15.
I want to talk about behavior. So tell me about why you believe you conduct yourself in that way.
No, first, you know how to express myself, what the community is. Act out of violence, right?
Okay, you, you don't have a sound warning, you're just traffic stop on your vehicle. You're taken into custody and go to the open county jail. You first respond on that, you indicate jail cell. Jail staff conducted two persons upon that.
And, we'll be going on Mr. Hughes first. Your
All
Honor.
right. Lynn Hughes. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24 L29045991. That is the City of Lansing versus Glenn Hughes. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And sir, you are Glenn E. Hughes II, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hughes, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, the city would be moving to amend the charge to no registration under 257.223. That is a 0-point non-abstracting civil infraction, and so it would be the standard $135 fine.
All right. So this is amended to no registration, the civil infraction. And what was that number again?
It is 257.223.
And that's not abstractable, and there's no point offense. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a $135 fine.
Correct.
And Mr. Hughes, that's your understanding that the driving an registration and/or violation of unregistered vehicle will be amended to the no registration civil infraction, punishable by a $135 fine. It is not abstractable, and there's no point that's associated with it. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention. So you'll be admitting responsibility for the being without registration on
Yes,
that
Your
day.
Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to October 15, 2024 at the offense location of South Cedar Riley in the city of Lansing, Ingham County.
It's been that long.
So October of 2024. So last October. Were you operating a motor vehicle on South Cedar on October 15, 2024, 2004 Chevy at that time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And were you did you
Not have a
you
registration.
did not have a registration, and you knew that, sir?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. Anything towards the fact, so that's the admission responsibility for the civil infraction. You've got $135 to the city of Lansing. You need some time to make that
I
payment.
do 90 days, please.
Yep. So 90 days to the city of Lansing. Lansing for the $135 fine. June 30th. Right, so Mr. Hughes, you'll owe the city of Lansing $135 by June 30th. You can make up any payment plan you want. You can go and pay half of that or a quarter of that. As long as it's all paid by paid by that June 30th date, you should be all set.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24 L29045991, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hughes, do you have any questions with me?
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set, sir. Thank you for your.
Thank you.
Your Honor, an LPD officer just flagged me down, so I'm gonna go check and see
All
what
right.
that's about. I'll be right
Perfect.
back.
Why can't you talk to the
All of us, never focused on. Every time I got here, I was like, yeah. Maybe I want to do more this time. Maybe I can do better this time. All this is for your thinking when I was working.
plan?
One to a facility that, helps with mental health and substance abuse. Substance abuse, so,
Mr. Rocha, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with your public defender so you can talk about that case. All right, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Twenty-three zero one nine seven five. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Kyron Kemp. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Kyron Cornell Kemp.
All right. And then, Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today? I don't know if Mr. Kemp is here, but I know there's been some discussions on the case.
He does appear to be here via Zoom, Your Honor.
All right.
As a kind of preliminary matter, I know we did have some issue with the plea last time. And that issue was related to whether or not Mr. Kemp was aware that his license was invalid at the time. I would note for the court, and I think Mr. Lee would agree, 257.301, the statute that he is charged under, is a strict liability. It is
Okay.
not like the DWLS statute. It simply states that an individual shall not drive a motor vehicle on a highway in this state unless that individual has a valid license.
All right.
And so I think as long as we can establish that he did not have a valid license on that day, that should be sufficient for the plea.
All right. And Mr. Lee, that's your understanding?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right. So that would be under. Okay, so that would be a plea to the charge with what's the nature of the, because I'll retake the plea just to make sure, but then we set it for sentencing, or is it?
And we're
with the
doing a
deferred
deferred
sentence?
sentencing.
Okay.
on it, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Mr. Kemp, you can unmute. All right, Mr. Kemp, I'm going to walk you through your trial rights, and then we'll take the plea. We'll take the plea again in regards to the strict liability offense. But that is your understanding. You're going to plead to the charge with the understanding that this will be set for deferred sentence.
Yes, I am.
All right. You understand you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, the questioning witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee and need to be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the driving a while license, not valid or improper license pursuant to the city of Lansing ticket. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to that with a deferred sentence? And you'll be pleading guilty to the 90, it's a 92-day misdemeanor?
It is, it would be 90 and or 100, I believe, Your Honor.
So the actual plea would be to the 90-day and or $100. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
And then as part of the deferred sentence, that would be readdressed. All right, so I'm gonna have you raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, I'm gonna bring your attention back to June 21st of 2023 at the offense location of East Oakland in North Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing, Hingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle? Looks like a 2004 Chevy on East Oakland, North Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing on June 21st, 2023.
Yes.
And at that, and later, did you find out, or did you find out after that date that you drove while your license was not valid or improper, or you had an improper license?
Yes.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis for the misdemeanor, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing voluntarily. So the charge. I find the plea to be knowing voluntarily and accurately made. And we will set for deferred sentence. And what's the time frame, Mr. Lee, that we're looking at in regards
Let's do
to?
90 days
Yeah.
just to be safe.
So we'll set it for 90 days deferred sentence. And then Mr. Kemp, make sure Mr. Lee has any paperwork or anything that he needs to advance to the city attorney concerning your license. All right, sir?
I can do that.
I'll get you a date for the deferred sentence. It's 90 days out.
Okay.
July 14th at 2.
July 14th at 2 o'clock. So
Okay.
we've set it for deferred sentence in July 14th at 2 o'clock. We'll send notice of that to your last known address. I think we have the we have the 812 Conrad. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. That'll be where the notice is sent. Anything else for the record in 23-01975, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Kemp, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Anything else? I think we have one on Mr. Mataloni's.
Mr. Mataloni should have both been dismissed, Your Honor.
All right.
I haven't noticed.
Okay, I did sign one. I guess I will follow up with my
All right.
office.
So we'll just await the. Let me make sure we got that. So
There are tickets. I think I could dismiss on the record if the
I
court would
think,
prefer.
yeah, let's see, one's an expired plate and one's a no proof. And they're both written on the same ticket. So let's call that and we can dismiss those. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25L2921231 and 25L2927223. 732. Let me make sure I've got everything. We have 3-2.
They stuck together.
That's
But
my-
that's
that's
my
my-
guess.
Yep. I have 3-1 and 3-2. But hold on,
There are only two?
That should be it, Your Honor.
I'm missing 3. Oh, no, 3-1 and 3-2. Perfect. All right, so we're on the record, back on the record in 250-2921-231 and 3-2. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Right, it's my understanding that the city will be moving to dismiss both tickets without prejudice. Is that correct?
Your Honor.
Um, All right, so both tickets are dismissed without prejudice concerning the record make. Anything else for the record in either one of these files, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set on those. Is Chavez Ramos an interpreter? We have an interpreter on that one.
I believe so, and I think there was word that they were running late.
All right,
But that, I emailed our coordinator because this is really late.
we have Johnson.
Yeah. Ramirez Para was just gonna be set for a final pretrial if you want to do that. Sure.
Not the whole week.
I have on Ramirez. We need an interpreter for that one too, but
Okay.
on the last one we didn't.
Ramirez Para?
Does he need an interpreter, Mr. Lee?
Just send it for fun.
Sure.
Just gonna set up with the-
All right. And I have this, we didn't need an interpreter at the last adjournment, so. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00023. That is Naftali Ramirez Para. People of the city of Lansing versus Naftali Ramirez Para. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Naftali Ramirez Para.
And sir, you are Naftali Ramirez Para, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Lee, you're indicating that we're okay to go without the interpreter at this point in time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would just be asking that this be set for a final pretrial, so we can try to wrap up our negotiations.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee? We're just going to set this for final pretrial.
That is correct.
All right. Final pretrial on?
April 28th, do we need an interpreter for the final trial?
April, I'll ask. April
28th at 8:30.
8:30. And then do we need an interpreter for the April 28th date, Mr. Lee?
I think that would be
All right.
appropriate.
So we'll need an interpreter for that date. I'll indicate interpreter needed, and I think it's already stamped for Spanish. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
All right, we rescheduled for April 28th at 8:30 with interpreter for final pretrial. Anything else for the record in 25-00023, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Ramirez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Roca is meeting with Mr. Harry's. And then the 10 o'clocks are, it's not 10 yet. I'm, very rarely are we this ahead of schedule, so.
Yeah. Had a bit of a lighter day today, and people were here.
So. And so we have time for, it is Chavez Romas has the interpreter, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And then Johnson is, I don't think Johnson's in the room right now.
They have a
25 L2927231. 25 L2927232. And 25 L2927233. That is the city of Lansing versus Christopher Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Christopher Deshawn Johnson.
And sir, you are Christopher Deshawn Johnson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is time set for a city of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Johnson has been able to provide his proofs to the city. So we would be dismissing 3-1 and 3-3, and he would be accepting responsibility for 3-2, which is a 0-point non-abstracting civil infraction with a $135 fine.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So accepting responsibility to the civil infraction of no plate.
That's correct.
Restriction or plate violation, no plates. That's $135 to the city of Lansing. All right, and you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client, Mr. Lee.
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
All right, and with a admission of responsibility to 25 L2927232, 3-1 and 3-3 are to be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
That's a fair statement, Mr. Staples.
It is, Your Honor.
All right. I'll bring your attention back to February 14th of 2025. That is upon Larch and Shiawassee in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Do you accept responsibility on behalf of your client of operating a motor vehicle 2009 Chevy in the city of Lansing with no plate?
Yes, I do, Your
All
Honor.
right. I find that the acceptance of responsibility been knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and that'll be $135 to the city of Lansing. Does your client need some time to make that payment, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor, he would request 60 days.
City of Lansing. All right, so 60 days out.
May 30th.
Yes.
Say it again.
May 30th.
May 30th. So this can be, this will be paid, $135 can be paid online, in person, or on the phone to the city of Lansing for $135. Up until May 30th, you can make whatever payment you want, as long as it's all paid by May 30th. All right, sir? All right. Anything else for the record in 25 L2927232, 3-1, or 3-3, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
And Reynolds is just, she has her license, so it's just the two.
So then, Mr. Lee, if on Chavez Ramos, we could get one of the security to translate for us.
It would be a plea, so I think we probably would just be better off resetting it for a plea.
You want
we
He's
don't-
a licensed interpreter.
Yeah.
Oh, he is?
It's
Oh,
Carlos. It's
Okay.
Carlos's security.
Yeah,
so-
I mean, I know he died, I didn't know he was
Yeah,
licensed.
so let's tell Carlos, yes, we can use him for the plea. And then, Mr. Lee, if you meet with Ms. Reynolds and her support person, we'll go on that one.
Excellent,
Yeah.
sounds good, Your Honor.
Although let him-
Just, and we'll get Carlos here.
Is he meeting with them first, Judge? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I think he is.
To get Carlos then? I don't
Um,
wanna take him away from his.
I'd wait till he comes back just to. And do you have?
I don't have an appearance.
So, Mr. Perone, we don't have an appearance from you. So the city attorney, the public defender has been meeting with Mr.
Yeah.
Roca. Did you want to meet with the city attorney? Or with the, I'm
Um,
sorry, with the public defender?
I
Mr.
thought that,
Harris has been meeting with Mr. Roca. And
Yeah,
Mr. Perone just showed up for Mr. Roca.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought an appearance had been filed. I'll have to get an appearance filed. I don't need to talk to the prosecutor now. I can just talk to them, after court.
But I misspoke. He hasn't been meeting with the assistant city attorney. He's been meeting with the public defender.
Yes,
Correct.
I
He's in
show
prison.
Yes, he's in the Department of Corrections, correct?
Yes, I show we had an appearance that was submitted and,
We do not.
yeah,
I
I
guess-
can get that appearance resubmitted. But
All right, did you,
it's.
So-
Maybe we just reset this and
Yeah.
let them figure out
But
what's going on.
do you want to meet with Mr. Perone and then we can reset it? Because
I-
he's got two lawyers right now.
I can currently try to meet with him. I thought we had a resolution.
Mr. Perone, would you like to meet with Mr. Harris and then we can reset it depending on who's representing him? But I can place Mr. Harris in a breakout room with yourself, so you can meet with the public defender, because I think they come close to striking a deal on some level.
Yeah, I think so, but I think if he's represented by other counsel.
If he's
we gotta
represented
sort that
by,
out.
if he's
Yeah.
represented by a second counsel, the second counsel should know about the deal his lawyer's making, or that he's making. Mr. Perone, would you be amenable to meeting with Mr. Harris in a breakout room?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. All right, Mr. Harris, so Mr. Perone, I'm gonna place you in room 2. And then I'll place Mr. Harris in the same room when he, or I'll go ahead and move you to room 2, Mr. Harris. So when you join us, here you go. Okay,
Are you gonna call for a case first?
there. Then, Mr. Lee, what are you ready?
We're ready on Ms. Reynolds, Your Honor.
And then did you want us to go get Carlos for Mr. Chavez Ramo? Okay,
Yes, we can do
so
that.
yeah. Right, so we're on the record in docket 18L20200043 and 21011822. That is the City of Lansing versus Kenesha Reynolds. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples,
Pat Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee,
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Kenesha Reynolds.
and ma'am, you are Kenesha Latie Reynolds, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
So, Your Honor, Ms. Reynolds has been able to obtain a license. So the city would be looking to amend both counts to impeding traffic, a 0 point non-obstructing civil infraction with a $135 fine.
All right. So would that be a impeding traffic on each of the files?
Correct, Your Honor.
Actually. That's a ticket. And then the other one is also. All right. And is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Lee, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client for each of the civil infractions. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
All right. So let's start with a 1-8. This is for conduct which occurred on June 21st, 2018. At the, just so we're not getting the two tickets mixed up, that is on Kalamazoo on Homes in the city of Lansing on that date, and you accept responsibility on behalf of your client for impeding traffic on that date. Is that correct, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we'll set that fine for $135 to the city of Lansing. That is a non-abstractable civil infraction. And then on conduct which occurred on June 30th, 2021, at the offense location of East Miller Road in Southbrook in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. You accept responsibility for your client impeding traffic on that date. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that would be city of Lansing. So that would be accepting responsibility on behalf of the impeding traffic civil infraction, which is non-abstractable, for $135 fine. So that's 200, and together that's $270 to the city of Lansing. Does your client need some time to make those payments to the city of Lansing, Mr. Lee?
She would request 30 days, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set out payment to the city of Lansing for 30 days to
April 30th.
April 30th. Right, Ms. Reynolds, all, both tickets combined, the city of Lansing is fine, is at $270 to April 30th of 2025. You can make up your own payment plan as long as it's all paid by April 30th of 2025. You can pay in person, online, or by phone. All right, ma'am?
Sure.
Anything else for the record in docket 18202020043 or 21011822? Mr. Staples.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
No, Your Honor. Thank
Ms.
you.
Reynolds, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Mr. Lee. Chavez Ramos, if you're gonna speak with him for a second. The failure to report is as low as we can go. I think there was some confusion. I spoke to Mr. Harries earlier between that and
You get the blame her for your actions that night. How many been?
So we're on the record in docket 24-01937. That is the city of Lansing versus James Roca. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Is it Mr. Harris or Mr. Perone?
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of the Union County Public Defender's Office.
And Mr. Perone, you're also here on this case?
I am, Your Honor, but I'm going to let the prosecutor, the public defender's office handle it. I spoke with them
all
and
right.
they have a resolution, so I'm not going to interfere. I've already talked to
All
Mr.
right.
Rocha and MDOC.
All right, so we've had the opportunity, so Mr. Perone will defer to Mr. Harris. And sir, you are James T. Roca, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding? Would you like to defer to Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, it's my understanding the defendant will be pleading guilty as charged with a kilobrute to time served. He's been incarcerated at the Michigan Department of Corrections for some time now.
That is correct, Your Honor. When I spoke with Mr. Roca, he indicated that he has been in MDOC for about the past 18 months since he was picked up on this charge. So we would be requesting the court essentially sentence him to fines and costs, time served, and then waive any fines and costs the court is able to waive given his indigency status.
All right. And do you have an out date for Mr. Roca?
My understanding from Mr. Roca was that what he was in MDOC for ended on March 27th or March 28th, but he had this case and another case, I believe, in Ionia County that Mr. Perone already represents him on, that he's got a hold on until they can these cases can get resolved.
All right.
That is why my client was hopeful. Well, that is why Mr. Roca was hopeful this could be resolved today.
All right. All right. So that's your understanding. It's going to be a plea as charged, time served, and then a request for counsel for any waiver of costs. Is that your understanding, Mr. Roca?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. You have certain misdemeanor trial rights in this matter, because I believe this comes on a ticket and it's written. It runs on a complaint and it's a 90-day under $500.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you have certain misdemeanor trial rights, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Harris, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's stated on the record of your plea agreement, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the stated offense of hinder and oppose. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the city of Lansing misdemeanor of hinder and oppose?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear, affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to November 4th of 2023 at the offense location of West Saginaw Street in the city of Lansing. You are charged with hinder and oppose, obstruct, resist a Lansing police officer in the performance of law enforcement duties at Saginaw Street. Can you tell me how you hindered and opposed or obstructed the Lansing Police Department officer on that date, sir?
When I disobeyed a direct order when asked to stop, I resisted and ran.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis for the hinder unopposed, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, I find that the factual basis to be knowing. Be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Allocution of Mr. Harris concerning immediate sentencing. Does the city have any objection to immediate sentencing, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Allocution, Mr. Harris.
Your Honor, my client, Mr. Roca, has informed me he has spent the past 18 months in the Michigan Department of Corrections since he was picked up on this charge. Given that this charge is only a 90-day, maximum of 90-day and or 500, up to 500, we would be requesting that the court sentence him to time served on this charge and allow him and hopefully resolve this hold so that he can resolve the Ionia County hold and be released from the Michigan Department of Corrections regarding fines and costs, given his indigency status and that he has been incarcerated for the past 18 months and likely does not have the greatest ability to pay any fines and costs that may be ordered. We would be requesting that the court waive any fines and costs they can and possibly sentence him to the minimum. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Was this count part and parcel to the violation of probation? Or
That is
parole?
my understanding. When I spoke with Mr. Roca, he indicated that at the probation violation hearing, there was some agreement as well that the prosecution, his attorney on that case, and Judge Kennedy had to resolve this case as well, though I'm having trouble finding a record of that in our system, so I'm not certain if we represented him at that. And my understanding is the prosecutor who was there was from the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office.
All right.
Yeah, and I do have in the report, Your Honor, that Ingham County sat on him for his warrants when he was picked up on this. So I would think that was probably part and parcel,
All right.
if not an additional probation or parole violation.
All right. So based on the sentencing and the plea as today's date with immediate sentencing, I will sentence to 5 days in the Ingham County Jail, time served for 5 days. I'll waive any fines and costs, and I'll waive the crime victims' rights fee of $75 and the state fee of $50. So it's time served and waiver of fines and costs and the CVR and state fee. Anything else for the record in 2401937, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Roca, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
I would just tell Mr. Rocha that I have a date on April 10th at 10:45 in Ionia County, already set up for him to try to get that resolved.
All right, did you want, I can move that to hearing with you, Mr. Perone, in room 3, and you can tell him that, okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, so Mr. Roca, I'm gonna have you move to room 3, and then I'll put Mr. Perone also in room 3. And then, did we want to go on Chavez Ramos? Mr. Harris, have you, Mr. Lee, I forget who's on that case.
Technically, Your Honor, all of the cases on the docket today were assigned to me, but Mr. Harris
Yes,
was gracious
all
enough
right.
to say, hey, we can split them up. So.
All right, Mr. Chavez Ramos, you can come up here with the interpreter. And then, ma'am, I'm going to have you spell your first name and last name, both for the record.
Susana Villarreal, Susana Villarreal.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications, so help you God, under penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. But just let me know if I get going a little fast. So we're on the record in 2301027. That's people of the city of Lansing versus Guidel Fidelino Chavez Ramos. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Gudillo, Federlino, Chavez, Ramos.
And sir, you are Gudiel, let me get this right. Gudiel Fidelino Chavez Ramos, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
Your Honor, I believe the plan is for Mr. Chavez Ramos to plead guilty to an amended charge of failure to report an accident.
Be an amended count 2. That's on the ticket. So that'd be. So it's failed to report.
Correct, as opposed to the failure to stop an ID.
Okay. So it's amended count 2 of failed to report. Excellent. And that is a civil infraction?
No, it's a 0-point non-abstracting misdemeanor, Your Honor. And it's 90 days and or $100.
Thank you. All right. And is there any restitution to be determined by probation? If there is any restitution?
There was an accident, Your Honor. I don't have any of that information, but I do think we would need to set for sentencing for that purpose.
All right, so I'll re-indicate that for the record, Mr. Lee. This is an amended count 2 of failed to report an accident, which is pursuant to the 90-day and or $100 misdemeanor. It's 0-point non-abstractable misdemeanor. Is that your understanding?
That is, Your Honor.
Right. With a plea to that amended count 2, that would change it to the fail to stop or identify after property damage accident. That would be dismissed because it'd be amended. That's
correct.
All right. All right. May I inquire of your client, Mr. Chavez Ramos, of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, sir.
Right. All right. So, Mr. Chavez Ramos, you understand you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and you will be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the City of Lansing. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea result of any promises other than the stated plea agreement. Or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the amended misdemeanor instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the failed to report an accident as indicated a misdemeanor?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to March 27th of 2023 in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, specifically on Louisa, Pennsylvania. Were you driving, were you at Louisa, Pennsylvania, in the city of Lansing on March 27, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, did you see an accident?
Yes.
And did you fail to report it?
No.
So you did fail to, so you failed to report that you saw an accident.
Yes.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, with the understanding, I will find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we will refer to probation. Really, it's for restitution, for any restitution. But probation is on the 5th floor, all the way down. They'll either see you today or make an appointment to see you. Anything, and then a sentencing date.
June 9th. At what time?
We have set this for sentencing on June 9th at 1:30. Probation's gonna do a report for me, and we'll see what options are available to us. Anything else for the record in 23-01027, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And then you might want to go down with him to the 5th floor, just to see if you can help or facilitate in any way. All right, thank you. That's all for the record, 23-01027. We'll see you on June 9th at 1:30. All right, sir? Left with Charles Williams.
Yeah, it's a deferred sentence.
I think he's also set with show cause too, or for show cause.
Oh, he is set for show cause. Well, let's go ahead and. So do you want to call Mr. Williams out in the hallway?
Okay.
Then we'll go ahead and call that case, and that'll finish up. And then we'll do the show causes at 11. But if he doesn't show for the 10 o'clock, he'll either show for the 11 o'clock or he won't show for the 11 o'clock. And Mr. Lee, is that represented by you, Mr. Williams?
Charles Williams?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Is he here?
No. All right, let's go ahead and call that case, and then. So we're on the record in 23L2785231. That is the City of Lansing versus Charles Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Charles Kevin Williams Jr.
All right. This is the time set for a deferred sentence in the matter. It was set for 10 o'clock. It is now 10:37. I do not see Mr. Williams in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. We just called his name in the hallway. We have another 11 o'clock show cause for Mr. Williams. But he is not here right now. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, there is a previous failure to appear, and then it looks like just last week he said he got his days confused and we reset. We did a courtesy reset to today. So given the number of previous failures to appear, I would ask for an immediate bench warrant.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, I'm going to call Mr. Williams. I don't know that he's not confused, and maybe he intends to appear at 11 a.m.
All right.
So
So let's hold off on that, Mr. Williams. We've made a record. If he's not here at 11 o'clock, we'll show cause him and give you the opportunity to call him. He does have a prior fail to appear on December 4th. So he does have a prior. I don't have notes as what I saw. This was deferred to March 31st on March 24th. So that would indicate that he was a fail to appear last time. So Mr. Lee, I would give you the opportunity to contact Mr. Williams if you can. And then we'll give him till the 11:15 on his show cause. If not, I'll issue a bench warrant for both files.
very well.
All right, thank you. Right, and then Mr. Lee, you wanted to be heard on Mr. Williams.
Yes, Your Honor. I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Williams. He had an issue with childcare this morning. He has a 1-year-old child. His babysitter failed to show up for him, and he was not able to get alternative accommodations. He does say that he would be willing to report that to appear, that is this afternoon.
Yeah,
And he can do so either in person or on Zoom. If he appears in person, he'll have to bring his 1-year-old child with him, but he said he'd be willing to do that if the
but
court.
I think, I don't have a problem with the pre-trial and he's got a he's got a deferred sentence and a show cause. Either one of those can be via Zoom, so he can come via Zoom.
Okay, I will
Yeah,
call and let
because
him
the
know.
deferred sentence is I don't think that that was on a traffic ticket,
Right.
and then he's got the show cause. All right, so let's set that for 1:30.
Very well. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and then that should end. And then, sir, you are Gautama Abtalam.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can come on up here. All right. So that we're on the record in docket 1802215. That is the city of Lansing versus Gautama Abtalam. This is the time set for a show cause. We have a balance of $75 to the city of Lansing on this, what started out as a bigger debt than that. Mr. Abtal, do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This goes back to 118 about, but let's see, balance of 75. All right. Let's make it a $75. So I'm gonna waive the current late fee
Thank
and
you.
make a balance of $75. How fast can you pay that?
I can put it down at least $30 today.
Okay,
I just got my life kind of back on track.
all right. Do you need some, so you can make whatever payment you want. Let's set it some time out and then you can pay as you go
Okay.
if you want to. But I'd say, let's say 60 days,
Okay.
2 months. Okay. So 60 days to make the entire $75 payment.
May 30th.
Make payment. City of Lansing, and that would be, I'm sorry, when did I get in here?
May 30th.
May 30th,
I need to go.
2025. I'm gonna indicate that you're gonna make payment today of $30. So payment made at window on May 31st, on March 31st for $30, and then remainder due by May 30th. All right, so you won't have a warrant placed for the show cause. You appeared, and we'll give you till May 31st to make the entire payment. I'm sorry, we're gonna make May 31st to make the entire payment. You're gonna pay $30 by today, March 31st. All right, anything else for the record in 1802215? Mr. Habtal, am I saying that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if you make that $30 payment today, we'll defer the rest till May 30th, okay? You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll have a reminder for you. Oh, wait, 1 second. The printer's gonna-
She's got a few.
I've got 1, 2, 108 and 186.
I have one more for equipment violation.
got, all right, so on 6-0, I've got 108. On 8-6, I've got 108. And on 3-4-1, I've got 186.
Charles Williams.
Oh, Mr. Williams, we just moved you to 130. Your attorney just asked that you move to 130.
Yeah, I told him I was gonna try to get here fast as I can.
You did that. I have an 11 o'clock for you that we can clear up.
Okay.
And then, but I think Mr. Lee and the city attorney are going to be at 1:30 for you.
Okay.
So let's go and do, Mr. Williams, let's go and do, while you're here, let's go and clean up the 1:30 show cause. You were set for show cause. You can come up here. So you were set for show cause today on file 23L2785232. Looks like there's an outstanding balance to the city of Lansing of $312.
That for the probation?
It's for, this is for a ticket,
It looks like a no insurance. ticket.
no insurance ticket. Yeah, and I've got it for, the ticket was written on September 17th, 2023. And then you failed to appear on December 4th. And on December 20th, the balance is due for 312. And then it was set for show cause on this date, which is March 31st. Do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
I can go put $20 on it right now.
Okay.
That I got left. I
All right, so
catch the bus home.
let's do, well, let's make the whole, I'll give you 90 days. All right, you can make 90 days to make that payment, $312. That way you can kind of set up your own plan. Okay, you can come in and set up. If you don't, you'll just end up in the show cause cycle. It'll just be like the same.
I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, so let's do $300 payment to the city of Lansing.
That's funny.
And we'll do 90 days, so that'll be
June 30th.
June 30th.
I know you're tired, but I'm sorry.
So the whole thing will be June 30th of 2025 will be due, and that allow you to make that payment any way you want, as long as it's all paid by June 30th, all right? All right.
Yeah, I tried to get here early. I know I had to be here at 10:30, but his mom went out of town and she had to
Right.
come back and get him.
I completely understand. The only thing is we set it for 1:30 for both of these files. And so at 1:30, Mr. Lee and Mr. Staple, they expect you on the pretrial. You can come via Zoom if you have access to Zoom.
Yeah, I got Zoom.
All right, then come at 1:30 via Zoom.
These are Zoom instructions, and this is just your payment reminder.
All
All
right.
right, and then this is all taken care of. As long as you paid the whole amount by June 30th, you should be all set.
Okay.
At least that means the trip wasn't made for no reason.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I just didn't want you to think I forgot about
No,
it. Forget it.
we're all set. Just attend by Zoom and we'll do the pretrial this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're all set.
He owes 492 total.
4, okay.
Those three.
So let's go ahead and call that
And
one.
those can go to collections if you don't want to warrant her. Oh, 4.
Let's refer to collections. All right, so we're on the record in docket TV T40238786, TV 240233860, and 23020363441. That is the People State of Michigan versus People City of Lansing versus Erica Cadasalis. This was set for 11 o'clock. It's now 11:27 on these 3 files. 2 expired meters and a equipment violation. And the balance in all of them will be referred to collections, which should be over $400. I'll place that on 24 U2036341. This was scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now is scheduled for 11 o'clock. It's now 11:28. And the defendant has failed to appear. Refer to collections. Refer to collections on file TV 240238786. It's called at 11 o'clock. It is now 11:29. It appears the defendant failed to appear. We'll refer to collections. And then on file TV 2403860, refer to collections. This is set for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:29. And the defendant has failed to appear. So all three of these files were referred to collections. Defendant failed to appear today, but no warrant is issued. And that's all for the record on that file, on those three files. Yeah, Kishan Foreman. And so we're on the record in 2402929. This is time set for a show cause. We have an outstanding balance of $225 to the city of Lansing. It would appear the defendant, this is for driving while license suspended. Defendant pled guilty, and this is part of their fines and costs. I'll indicate that this was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:30. And the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. And we'll set a bench warrant and bond forfeiture on the matter. I do not see Kavan D. Foreman in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and nobody answers by that name in the hallway. So that's all for the record on that file. Then we have docket 240277 and the accompanying ticket of 24L2898191. I have a knife over 3 inches that the defendant pled guilty to disorderly conduct and the bike reflector. Show cause for 460 on one and 130 on the other. All right. Defendant previously pled guilty. Was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:31. Appears the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing as a part of the fines and costs, 460 on the disorderly conduct and $130 on the bike reflector, and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture issued. Yes, for both of them. For the failed to appear. I think the bike one is a civil infraction, if I'm.
It is.
Okay. And then the disorderly came out of the knife with over 3 inches.
Yeah.
So bench warrant and bond forfeiture, bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the failed to appear. I do not see Matthew Spear in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. And that's all for the record on that file.
Since this was set for a show cause, you mentioned that.
Oh,
Civil infraction has to be set for a show cause at least once before we can benchmark.
Right. So, and that was all, that was a part of a misdemeanor
Yeah.
plea
okay.
that started out as a knife charge. And then they pled it to the disorder.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Hello? Um, can you hear me? Um, hello? Can y'all see me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Just mute yourself until your case is called, okay? We can hear you and see you.
Oh, okay. I know what was going on. I didn't want to get in trouble. Think I was missing court, but I'm here.
Yeah, nope, I got you.
All right, thank you. Mm, 18, 17, 16, 18, 14, 15, 12, 10, 8, 7. Mm. Where's my paper at? No, I wrote this stuff down. Okay. Oh, so confirm this dog litter on the 11th next month. Hey, cut it out. No fighting. Oh, snap, I left my door open.
So Mr. Harry's or Mr. Staples, what are we ready on?
I am ready on the sentencings for Rendell Allen and Michael Tyler.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
let's go on Allen. Let's go on Williams first. Let's go on Williams first because that was due this morning. So we're on the record in docket 23 L2785231 OT. That is the City of Lansing versus Charles Williams. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Charles Williams.
And sir, you are Charles Williams, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, thank you. Okay, we're set today for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I believe this is actually deferred sentencing, Your Honor.
Oh, that's right. This is a deferred sentence. You are right.
As far as our records show, Mr. Williams has still not obtained a license, and so we would ask that he just be sentenced at this time.
All right, Mr. Lee.
That is accurate. He has not obtained a license, Your Honor. However, he has been paid on what he owes. He still owes some money, and until he gets that money completely paid, he cannot move forward with getting a license. He reports that he has approximately $1,500 still to pay in Eaton and Ingham counties.
That's an enormous amount.
Yeah, he's been working on it, but he says it will be probably May or June before he's able to completely get everything paid off and get the license restored. So we would ask for an adjournment until June.
Yeah, and there was a show cause on Mr. Williams, so I know he made payment today on a show cause. So I know that there's more than just the there's more money than I don't know if Mr. Williams can clear up his license by June. There's some question as to that. Mr. Williams.
Oh yeah, I had gotten to contact with the Eaton County where I owe a ticket at. It's only $500. I thought it was more than what it was, but I only got to pay a $500 ticket. Then I got to come pay a ticket with you guys. Then I can go to Secretary of State, pay $50 for the reinstatement fee, and then I take my my test to get my license. I just figured that out yesterday for a day for.
Can you do that all in the next 2 months?
Yes, I got a job and everything, so I've been working towards paying everything off. And I know
Alright,
since you had put me in probation, you had gave me a paper to go to Secretary of State for my to check on my license and everything, and I did what you said. I called everywhere to see where I got tickets at. Eaton County only owed $500, and then I pay that off, and then I come to you guys, pay what I owe you guys, then I go to Secretary of State and pay just the that little $50 fee, then I start taking my test.
All right, Mr. Lee, I'm willing to defer the sentence for 60 days.
Very well, Your Honor.
And Mr. Williams has indicated that he can make it. I don't know if he can make it, but I'm willing to give him a try. All right,
That's fine, Your Honor.
all right. So we'll set the 60 days out for deferred sentence to see if Mr. Williams can get his license. And that would be on
July 14th at 2.
July 14th at 2 o'clock. All right, so Mr. Williams, you have till July 14th at 2 o'clock to get your for this deferred sentence to work, to get your license restored to you. All right, sir?
I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir.
Right. Anything else for the record in 23 L278523-1, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank
All
you.
right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Williams.
You're welcome. Have a blessed one.
You too. All right, and then Mr. Harris, you said you were ready on Mr. Allen?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready on Mr. Allen.
All right, so we're on the record in there's two files here. Did you want to see these two files together or apart for sentencing of Mr. Harris?
It's gonna be the same argument for sentencing, Your Honor, so we request the court just handle them both at once.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24033737. And file 24033738. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Rendell Allen. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Allen, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Rendell Anthony Allen, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing on both these files. That's 24033737 and 24033738. Mr. Staples, are you aware of any restitution on either one of these matters?
No, Your Honor. It would appear that probation did reach out and try to make contacts. They had no luck. I have no note from our office that there's been any contact, so I have no restitution, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harris, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence with your client on both of these matters?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
We do not have any, Your Honor.
Allocution, Mr. Harris on 24033737 and 24033738. The first one is the failed to report an accident, and the second one is failed to display a valid license. And then, but you can just mention the offense interchangeably as we go. Mr. Harris' allocution.
Understood, Your Honor. Honestly, we would simply be requesting that the court follow the recommendation in this case. I went over the recommendation with my client, and the recommendation is simply for just fines and costs. I believe on the failure to report an accident, that would be a fine of $100, and the failed to display a valid license would be $200. My client has indicated he could have that paid in about 90 days. Given that there is a lack of any information regarding restitution, we would request the court not order any restitution on either of these cases. Currently, my client's employed. He's trying to turn his life around and get these kind of issues resolved. He recently managed to pay off a ticket he had and some fines and costs so that he can fully resolve and not have these issues hanging over him anymore. As such, I would also be requesting, if at all possible, if the court could waive any court fines possible to allow my client to have a easier time getting these taken care of in the next 90 days, and my client would appreciate that. Otherwise, we would simply be, as I said, requesting the court follow the recommendation and sentence my client to fines and costs only, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Stables, did you have anything you wanted to say concerning this sentence on either one of these files?
No, Your Honor.
Well, so first we'll go to the judgment of sentence on 24-03737, which is a failed to report an accident. This is for a guilty plea on February 4th, 2025. I would agree with Mr. Harry's comments concerning the probation and the probation report that came back. So on that case, I'll indicate that there's no upfront jail, and we'll follow the no probation is ordered. Fines are set at fines and costs are set at 50 and 50. So that's $100. Crime victims' rights fee of 75, and state minimum court cost fee of 50, for a grand total of 225 on that file. That is on 24-03737. And then you indicated your client needs some time to make that payment. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd be requesting at least 90 days.
All right. So we'll set it for $225 to be paid June 30th. So $225 to the city of Lansing by June 30th. So you can make whatever payment plan you want as long as it's all paid by June 30th on the same one. So that would be June 30th, $225 for that is the failed to report an accident. For June 30th, 2025. All right. So $50 fine, $50 cost, crime victims' right fee of 75, state minimum cost fee of $25. I'll sign that accordingly. That is March 31st, 2025. And then on file, I'll keep these straight. This is failed reports. On the second file of failed to display a valid license, which comes out of the 24-03738 file, I'll indicate that fine of $50, cost of $50. I'm going to waive the crime victims' rights fee on that one, waive the state minimum cost fee on that one, for a grand total of $100. You pled to fail to display a valid license, all right? So that's $100 to the city of Lansing, and we'll put that on the same schedule. So that'll be $100 to the city of Lansing. On June 30th, 2025. So out of both files, I think the amount will be $325.
That was what I came up with.
Yeah, I think I'm not good at math, but I know that much. All right. So that'll be by June 30th. Both are referred to the city of Lansing by June 30th, and you should be all set, sir. Okay. Anything else for the record in docket 2403-738 or 2403-737, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And then, Mr. Harris, were you also on Ms. Bullock?
I am not, but I am ready to go on
Mr.
Michael Tyler.
Okay. Let's go on Tyler while we've got you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403-201. That is the city of Lansing versus Michael Tyler. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Tyler, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Michael J. Tyler, is that correct? Yes, thank you. This is the time set for a sentence in the matter. And Mr. Staples, is there any restitution on this file?
No, Your Honor, it does look like there was some attempted communication via probation, but no proofs and no substantive materials were ever provided.
All right. I have similar that letter was sent to the person in the accident and there's been no response. Another email was sent in response and there was no response to that either. All right, Mr. Harris, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, allocution, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Your Honor. When I went over the recommendation with my client, it seems like a pretty simple, cut and dry recommendation of fines and costs only. I would request the court follow that recommendation and sentence my client to fines and costs, which I believe on this case, it should be $100. I would, given that my client is currently unemployed and has children he takes care of, I would ask if the court would be willing to waive any parts of that fines and costs. If possible, my client has indicated he can make payment within the next, he actually indicated he is able to pay whatever is ordered today, but I would still ask if there's any possibility of waiver, given my client's indigency status and child care and the money spent on child care.
All right, thank you. Mr. Staples, anything you'd like to say on this file before the court passes sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Anything you'd like to say, Mr. Tyler?
No, sir.
All right. Well, the circumstances are definitely different surrounding this this case and as reported. And I think that Mr. Hanna did a fair report. So I'm in agreement with Mr. Harris that the defendant is to spend 0 days in jail. I'm not gonna put you on. There's no probation. We'll put fines at $50, costs at $50, crime victims' rights fee at $75, and state minimum court cost fee at $50 for a grand total of $225. That'll be $225 to the city of Lansing for what really is just an unfortunate circumstance. I mean, I get it. I get how you violated the law on that particular day. You get it. It just won't happen again, right? I mean, it's unfortunate. So $225 to the city of Lansing, and I'd give 60 days for that. I think that's fair.
Thank you.
Yep. So it's $225 to the city of Lansing, and 60 days
Oh,
out,
sorry, May 30th.
May 30th. So you can set up your own plan, Mr. Tyler, that you want to pay it all today, you can. You want to pay some of it next month, you have till May 30th to pay the entire amount of 220. All right. But as long as it's paid by that, that'll keep you out of the show cost cycle. All right. With that understanding, do you have any questions, Mr. Harris, concerning the sentence of the court?
Just as a matter of clarifying for the record, Your Honor, the court's ordering no restitution on this?
No restitution is ordered. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. The victim was given ample opportunity to respond and have not, so we're not going to have any restitution.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. With that understanding, it's $225 with the date of May 30th. You're all set, Mr. Tyler. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Then, Mr. Lee, are you ready on Brianna Bullock?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bullock, you can come up here. We're on the record in docket 2403-528. That is the City of Lansing versus Brianna Bullock. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Brianna Rose Bullock.
And ma'am, you are Brianna Rose Bullock, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This time set for a sentencing in the matter. Mr. Staples, is there any restitution in this file?
Your Honor, I do not believe so, but let me double check.
I think there's a utility pole sent by the Board of Water and Light, but there's been no response.
Yeah, I personally haven't seen anything, Your Honor, and I believe the PSI indicates the same.
Right, that's what the probation agent indicated. All right, Mr. Levy, you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client.
Your Honor, we never received a copy of the pre-sentence.
Oh,
I sent it to all of you on Thursday.
so you could take a look at the court's copy. It's a couple pages. That's a pretty short report. But if you want to go over that with your client, and then we'll come back on the record.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Just to clarify for the record, Your Honor, when I did check the email in Mr. Lee's defense, it does seem like myself and Mr. Staples were on the email, but Mr. Lee.
No, not Mr. Lee. All right.
Wanted to defend Mr. Lee's honor a little bit there.
But that's actually a favorable report, so. And then Mr. Lee's on Mr. Crawford, on Riley.
Yes,
Okay. I'm gonna try to get on.
We're not muted.
By the
In other words, you're going to need an expert opinion that the car was damaged. Whether that's
All right, so, Mr. Lee, you're all set?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, do we have a representative of EML LLC?
Yes, Your Honor. Adrian Nack here on behalf of EML LLC.
All right, and then we have Trey Kiss here, and so I'm gonna go ahead and call that. So we're on the record in docket 2401-239. That's EML LLC versus Trey Kiss. So the parties please introduce themselves for the record. Ms. Knack.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Adrian Nack, the attorney on behalf of EML LLC, the plaintiff in this case.
And sir, you are Trey Kiss, is that correct?
That's correct. Yep, I'm representing my company, Exotic Blends LLC.
All right. This is a time set for a objection, and it's an objection to garnishment. And that Mr. Kiss, is this your objection to the garnishment, or is this Ms. Knack's?
That's correct. It's mine.
All right. I have an order on the objection to garnishment. The garnishment was set, if my understanding correctly, it was set about a year ago. And its basis was a default judgment. Is that correct, Ms. Knack?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
And my understanding is this was a 3 co-defendant case with Mr. Knack, with Mr. Kiss, Mr. Jordan, and then Ms. McLaren. And the default judgment for the fail to appear was filed against Mr. Kiss and Mr. Jordan, and then a consent judgment was entered into with Ms. McLaren. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, so I think the only adjustment I would make is that it is Miss Jones. Jordan Jones is one of the
Jordan
defendants.
Jones,
Yeah.
correct, yes. So the garnishment went in under the default judgment. And then Mr. Kiss, your indication is your objection is based on, and I'll have Ms. Knack respond to it. What is the theory of your objection?
Okay, so I was incarcerated at the time of the hearing, so I was unable to attend. I never got a writ to go there. They never asked me to go there. I had no idea of it. I was incarcerated for 7 months in Eaton County Jail. I can give you proof of incarceration.
But I know you were incarcerated, but you also signed the notice, so you knew the hearing was happening.
Right, but I was incarcerated, so I couldn't attend.
Right. But so that's what, if I remember correctly, I remember you did sign the notice, but the indication was that you were going to be incarcerated during the hearing.
Correct. So I should have been taken on a writ to the hearing to represent myself.
Maybe Ms. Knack, I do have a memory of Mr. Kiss being incarcerated, I believe, in Eaton County. What is your response to, he's saying he didn't have notice of the default. There was a default, it did, but we're out a year late. We're a year later than that. I think that default was filed in April or May of last year.
That sounds right, Your Honor. I remember it was the day of the tornado. We were all stuck down in the basement. I remember that vividly. Yeah, it was April or May. You're right. Obviously we could check records on that, but yeah, we're about a year out. But I think that really is kind of a moot point at this point, because in looking, and by the way, Mr. Kiss, I did receive your voicemail and I did try to call you back, but then I received this objection. So
Let's, before we say anything, Mr. Kiss and Ms. Knack, would you like the opportunity to meet in a breakout room to talk to each other before we get this, before we get the hearing started? We know where where we are with the order on objections, and we know where we are as to the, but if you want the opportunity to talk to one another, I can make that happen before we go any further on the record. Mr. Kiss, would you be amenable to that?
I mean, if she would like to, I mean, I don't believe that it's necessary, but if she wants to, we can.
I'm gonna guess that might, go ahead, Your Honor.
What's that?
I was gonna say, I defer to you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna have the parties talk about this because I'm uncertain. I see Mr. Kiss is out now, and Mr. Kiss was a part of the suit, and he still is a part of the suit, so to speak, because even if the default is set aside, Mr. Kiss is here and I can place you in a room together. But I think the parties should talk just to consider that, considering the garnishment, because I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to place Ms. Kiss and Mr. Knack in room 1. You will both get a prompt to go to room 1, and then we'll come back and put it on the record.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Your
How
Honor.
long?
What's that?
How long will we have, Your Honor?
You have as long as when you come back, we'll put it on the record. So as long as you need. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And then Mr. Kiss, I'll also place you in room 1.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We've had this case a few other times.
All right. So let me see, portfolio recovery, see if we've ever had, I don't think we've had this case. We've had Ms. Zacharias.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. All right. So we're on the record in docket 2408790. That's portfolio recovery, which is represented by Ms. McNeese. And then versus Kimberly Tanner, who's represented by Ms. Zacharias. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? From portfolio recovery, Ms. McNeese.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Hannah McNeese, P82477 on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right, Ms. Zacharias.
Diana Zagararis on behalf of the defendant, P32106.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. I can tell you what we usually do in a pretrial, but I'm going to give the parties at least the opportunity, since you're both represented, to meet in a breakout room and discuss any matters. Since we have lawyers involved, 2 lawyers involved, you can agree to a pretrial statement with each other, or at least have it reviewed. The second or third option is that we can fill out a pretrial sheet right here while we have everybody. But Ms. McNeese, did you want the opportunity to meet with Ms. Zacharias concerning this matter? And you have to unmute, ma'am.
I'm so sorry, Judge. Can you say that again? It cut out there.
Do you want the opportunity to meet with Ms. Zacharias, who's a legal representative of Kimberly Tanner concerning this matter? Or did you want to review some type of discovery request? Or do you just want to fill out the pretrial on the record?
Whatever is easier for you in the effort to, speed your day along. Diane's office and our office work together very regularly, and I'm confident we'll get this resolved. So whatever is easier for you, Judge, happy to.
That's been my experience with Ms. Zacharias. Is she usually is amenable to meeting with Ms. Zacharias. Is this something we could adjourn the pretrial? We could have you two meet to discuss, or we can fill out a pretrial form. It's really up to you.
Well, I would think that actually an adjournment, this is a first pretrial, and bottom line is we settle them. So I anticipate that happening here.
Well, let's adjourn this then, and you'll give the opportunity for the parties to talk to one another. Do you have any time frame for the adjournment of the first pretrial?
I don't. I'm pretty flexible. I don't know about Hannah.
Yeah, whatever works for the court is good with us.
All right, so we can probably do. We're out 30 days anyway, so we'll make it like 60 days.
That I'm sure will resolve the matter, in all honesty.
All right, so we'll adjourn the pretrial for 60 days, and we'll come back on.
Did you say 60 or 90?
60. Because I think this will be good. Yeah. So you can set it out after that.
June 2nd at 8:30.
All right, we'll come back here on June 2nd at 8:30, which will be we'll put it after Memorial Day, and then that'll give the parties a chance to talk. And then if we need to have the pretrial, we will, just like we did today, but that'll give some time. We'll reset for June 2nd at 8:30.
Great, that should work.
All right, anything else for the record in docket 2408-790, Ms. McNeese?
No, not for plaintiff, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Zacharias, are we all set today?
We're set. Nothing for the record.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your appearance today, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Diane.
Thank you.
I'll call the next file in just a couple of seconds after I make some computer notes. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2408-990. That's Discover Bank versus Nathan Garcia. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Goldner.
Yes, excuse me, Your Honor. Seth Goldner of Counsel with Buckles and Buckles, making my appearance today on behalf of Discover Bank in this matter.
All right, thank you. And sir, you are Nathan Garcia, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, I can.
Right, this is the time set for pre-trial. We do have one of the parties' attorney here. So I will give you several options today, and then you can choose which option works for you. The first option is to meet. I always give the opportunity, Mr. Garcia and Mr. Goldner, you can meet in a breakout room to discuss some of the issues that led to the filing of this complaint. If Mr. Garcia is amenable, you can meet and talk about this. Second option is that Mr. Goldner could obviously do a pretrial shoot and share it with Mr. Garcia so that you see what he's looking at. Really, the pretrial, Mr. Garcia, is just for my purposes, for the court's purposes. It just sets a time frame for the discussion of how we're working. So I usually set discovery at 90 days out. I usually hold my motions or responses, except for motion for summary disposition, which is a legal motion on the merits of the case, things of that nature. That's what I end up doing, and we can put that on the record. Mr. Goldner, did you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed today?
Well, yes, Your Honor. I'd like to do both. This is a great opportunity for me to speak with Mr. Garcia if he has a minute.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea, but I'm guessing that we're going to want the court to just set this matter for some scheduling to give us the chance to do whatever we're going to do. So kind of yes to both.
All right, Mr. Garcia, would you be amenable to speaking with Mr. Goldner in a breakout room? I'd place you both in a breakout room. We can come back and put it on the record. If you want to adjourn the pretrial, I understand that. But if you want to just put it on the record and we can just do a pretrial sheet, we can do that also, all right?
Okay. Yeah, I'm totally good to meet with him in a breakout room. That's
All right,
that's good.
So Mr. Goldner, I'm going to have you put in room 2 and we can come back and put it on the record. And then Mr. Garcia, I'll also place in room 2. All right, Ms. Snack, and I'll bring back Mr. Kiss. Are
Yes,
you all
we're
set
back.
with Mr. Kiss? All right.
Yeah, I think we're all set. I mean, we
All right.
spoke.
All right, so we're on the record and we're back on the record in docket 2401239. And the parties met in a breakout room. How are we proceeding today? Ms. Knack, you were I think Mr. Kiss was objecting to the garnishment of wages. Is that correct?
Yes, I think maybe misspoke when he, was giving his appearance. I think he's appearing on behalf of himself. I don't think he's appearing on behalf of his company at this point, right? Because he's the defendant. Okay. So we didn't really talk a whole lot about the objection. We mostly talked if, we could try and set up some sort of payment plan or something like that. So I am going to take that to my client. but I did, inform Mr. Kiss that I didn't think that his objection to the garnishment was probably the proper way to go to make the arguments that he's trying to make, that he, didn't get served. We're kind of past all that, right? So,
Right. We're almost
the-
a year past all that.
the objection that was raised on the garnishment, obviously didn't coincide with any of the objections allowed under MCR 3.101 K. So, Your Honor, I think you said you already made your decision on the order for the garnishment. So I'm open to hear what you're having to say.
Well, I wanted to hear what the parties had to say. I do think that we've gone at least a year late, but I don't know how long Mr. Kiss was incarcerated. So that I don't know.
I think he said it was 7 or 17 months. I don't know why he's muted, but if I don't speak for him, obviously, but he basically did acknowledge that he did get, I think he got kicked off or something.
He did, but he's joining us. He's right back and joining us.
Okay.
I just admitted in him. There might be some technical difficulties.
He seemed okay when I was talking to him. We didn't have any issues.
He's here twice joining us.
Oh. Says he's back.
Hello,
Here he
can
is.
you guys hear
All
me
right.
now?
All right.
Hey,
Yeah.
sorry. So after that breakout room, it disconnected me and I couldn't figure out how to get back into this one. So, okay, I apologize for that, but I did hear what Miss Knack had to say. The only reason I said I'm on behalf of my company is because I got served a writ that was specifically for my company. So that's why my objection was for the writ that was sent to me, because it says Exotic Blends LLC is what the writ was sent to. So my objection was that that's over the 188 deadline for 188 day deadline for garnishment. And also my objection because I was incarcerated for 7 months. And I had no opportunity to represent myself, or else I would have. If I could have showed up in court, I would have.
Right, and that's my understanding. We're about a year after the default was levied. Ms. Knack, you indicated that you may be taking some of the discussion to your client. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We did talk about potential settlement. Mr. Kiss made a settlement offer, which, as you know, I'm obligated to take to my client,
Yes.
which I will. So I don't know how that's going to go.
I do. So I think Miss Knack should have the opportunity to speak to her client to see if her client is willing to negotiate. I do think we're late in the game for a default, a year after the fact, the default. But I will say that Mr. Kiss was incarcerated on the time because he signed for it, and for whatever reason, I remember it. I remember that he was in Eaton County. I don't know why, and so. But we're a year after that, so that's problematic. But I do think, since the parties are talking, that Ms. Knack, you should have the opportunity to speak with your client concerning negotiations with Mr. Kiss. And so what I'm willing to do now is we can. I don't know what your time frame is, Ms. Knack, but I can adjourn this objection. We can revisit this and give you the opportunity to talk to your client concerning negotiations. But that would be, you let me know. You let me know about the time frame for that. It would be immediately 3 weeks from. It would be past 3 weeks because I'm going to be in surgery next week. So
Oh my goodness.
I already know that we're 3 weeks out right now.
Obviously, that's fine. Your Your health is the most important thing, unless it is that you are performing surgery, which makes me a little bit nervous. But
no.
3 weeks is fine.
No,
I
I'm
don't.
not performing surgery.
We don't need that much time, likely. But if Your Honor does, then that's fine.
All right, Mr. Kiss. So we'll set this as a civil adjournment to give Ms. Knack some time to talk to her client, and then we'll revisit this issue. What do we have at the end of April?
is at 10.
It's a little out there. But that's a week after I'm back. Yeah, all right. Let's go with May 5th.
At 10.
5th at 10, which will be, I'm back the preceding week. And so I'll probably be better prepared than to sit in this case. I'll actually be in a better mood at least. But we'll adjourn this to May 5th. Adjourn
said 10
to May
a.m.?
5th at 10 a.m. Yep.
And Zoom is acceptable again, Your Honor?
And Zoom is acceptable, just like we're here today.
Great.
May 5th at 10 a.m. We'll adjourn the objection to garnishments. And then if this is not, some discussions are not, I can go ahead and make a decision on May 5th.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kiss.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right,
Thank you, Ms.
You should
Mack.
be all set. Thank you, Mr. Kiss. We're set for May 5th at 10 o'clock, and you should receive notice at that last known address. What address do we have for Mr.? I want to make sure we have the right address to give you notice.
209 East Thomas Street.
Thompson?
Oh,
Thomas?
no, that's that was the address that I'm being garnished for right now. So that's
All right, so let's
yeah.
let's get a new address to give you notice.
Yep, 1315 Jerome Street. That's with a J, Jerome Street, Lansing, Michigan.
Okay, that's Lansing?
Yep, 48912.
48912. All right. So that's where notice will be sent. Ms. Knack, notice will all be sent to your client yourself.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello.
All right, so we're back on the record in docket 2408-990. That is Discover Bank versus Garcia. And Mr. Goldner, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Garcia in a breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor, I did. And this is what I'll jokingly refer to as the most difficult of all situations. We're going to stipulate to a consent judgment.
All right.
And
is there any? Did you want to place any terms on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Here's what we'd like to do. We'd like to recite the particulars of the judgment as far as what's due onto the record. Then the Buckles office and Mr. Garcia will circulate a consent judgment, get it filed with the court, and negotiate whatever arrangement that they're able to negotiate in the background.
All right.
We don't.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Garcia? That they'll have you review all whatever is advanced to the court, and then Mr. Goldner will place on the record whatever particulars meant for today.
Yes, that's
all right,
fair.
Mr. Goldner.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. For the record, this is a some certain credit card dispute. The amount of the complaint, $14,371.78. We have a total of $196.50 in court costs. That's $160 to file and a $36.50 process service fee. There's no attorney fees being requested. We're waiving all interim accrued interest. Judgment interest, once the judgment is entered, statutory interest of 13% will apply. And it is our plan to circulate a proposed judgment to Mr. Garcia and then to enter same with the court. And then hopefully, like I said, resolve any post-judgment matters privately amongst ourselves.
All right, Mr. Garcia, is that a fair and accurate statement that Mr. Goldner just placed on the record?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
All right, and then Mr. Goldner, Mr. Garcia will have the opportunity to see whatever you advance to the court. You're going to send it to him for his review and for signature purposes?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will await the order to follow. Anything else for the record in 2408-990, Mr. Goldner?
Well, Judge, just as a matter of housekeeping, does the court want to set a control date, say like 30 days out, or does the court just want to see what happens? Or I mean, I don't know that you want to dock it up any kind of a
right.
schedule.
Well, I guess I like the idea of the control date because it puts, but I'll set it like 60 days out. So we'll set it out, and then if we need the date, fine, and if we don't, we'll hear from the parties.
Your Honor, I think that's very fair. Yeah, let's do it that way. Anything else I have to say is just going to muddy the water.
All right. So we'll set it for control date. We're in the term. We're probably 60 days out, just so we don't get the file doesn't get lost, and then the parties can let the court know if we need that or not.
Fantastic, Your Honor. It's my understanding we're going to be submitting a judgment once the dust clears here.
Okay, we'll set the control date for
June 2nd at 8:30.
Okay, we'll set the control date for June 2nd at 8:30. And then if we need that date, fine. If we don't, that's all good news to us.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Will a notice of hearing be sent by the court?
Yes, we'll notify each part of the control date. Mr. Garcia, you'll get notice sent to your last known address with the court, and Mr. Goldner through the Buckles law firm.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm of counsel, just making a limited appearance for today. Right. They'll know everything that happened here today in about 5 minutes.
All right, perfect. All right, anything else for 2408-990, Mr. Goldner?
But not for plaintiff, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Garcia, do you have any questions of me?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance, everybody.
Thank you. Take care.